is far inside, you'll never see the light of day. Every day goes by, every day, yes, every day I fall, every day, it makes me wonder why, every day, why I love everything about you. So every day I say I'll try.
Sondela, sondela, standa, sondela. Dollar turn around, looking on top to turn around. Hey, ya, mon tais-toi, hey, ya, mon. Oh, tight to little me. I'm a show, I am deep. Oh, sondela, standa, sondela. Dollar turn around, looking all time to turn around. No more big teething away. Hey, hey, hey. Bobby Santa side. Oh, Bologna, how I mean. Oh, tight time to let one now. I'm the show, I am deep. Oh, tight time to let on me. Sondela, standa, sondela. Dollar turn around, looking a long time to turn around. No more big teething away. Hey, 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 hey. Bobby Sanders side. Can't colpo che tantoia coscialla di goa co can't colpo che tantoia Goshala Gigoa Ko Kude Sondela Sondela Standa Sondela Dollar turn around looking out time to turn around. No nothing teething away. Bobby Sanders sondela, sondela, standa, sondela. Dollar turn around, looking out time to turn around. No more bigger team, no way. Bobby Sanders sondela, sondela, standa, sondela. Dollar turn around, looking on time to turn around. No nothing teething away. Bobby Sanders sound. 내매콤하리라 비세라 강겐데 메레노여에 아토라 오무티가 방에 와타치야 마초코 바페비 나요 모여 와이구루마 구루미로리 구루미로요 문학차로 내야가리로요 자가로요 문학차로 내야가리로요 자가로요 문학차로 mbere noyonze ali nempisanate mukaka mutagala bayomba nze musanira nzeka gwe mutonzi sanzeo mbere noyo omunachalo akwatachidimandate akotane kubikocho amanyine ngero ensonge 강겐데 내매콤하리라 비세라 강겐데 메레노여에 안토라 오무티가 방에 와타치야 마초코 바페비 나요 모여 와이구루마 구루미로리 구루미로요 문화차로 내야가리로요 자가로요 문학차로 내야가리로요 자가로요 문학차로 내야가리로요 자가로요 문학차로 내야가리로요 자가로요 문학차로
So let them talk if they want talk. They can say what they want to, but like the stars to the night sky, that's how I want and I need you. And baby, you know that I'm gonna love you always. If you stay true to me, I'll be yours for always. They say you're not the girl I think you are, and they say I'm not the perfect man for you. They say we're not meant to be, but I can't let you, won't let you, not let you go. Them say you know this, them say you know that, them say you know fit the profile, but they don't know you like I know you. I got to enter your file. You're so easy to love and so hard to get over. And if you ever leave me, girl, I don't think I could ever recover. They say you're not the girl I think you are. And they say I'm not the perfect man for you. They say we're not meant to be, but I can't let you, won't let you, not let you go, girl. They say you're not the girl I think you are. And they say we're not the perfect man for you. They say we're not meant to be, but I can't let you, won't let you, not let you go.
Thank you.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Prudential Best HR Practices Survey 2021 report launch.
It's
So easy.
connecting, yeah. It's
So easy.
connecting, yeah.
Spécial. Et c'est mon honneur d'être votre maître de cérémonie. For those of you who just don't get what I was saying I have nice shoes. But basically, I'd just like to say welcome on behalf of Prudential. You know, I think Let's first start by understanding that each and every single person here looks awesome. So what you do is that, my mother said you got to appreciate. So I want you to turn to your neighbor and look them straight in the eye and tell them in your language, okay, in fact, you can use mine, you can use Luo. You can tell them that, Iruhu bon. It means that you are wearing clothes, okay? No, yeah, so turn around, look them in the eyes and say, Iruhu bon. Aha, that's it. All right, so my name is Dr. Ronnie Michegwang, and for the next couple of hours, we're going to be appreciating HR, human resource. The question is, do we really understand the importance of human resource in a business? Not only are they the lifeblood of the organization, but they're the interface between you and your customers. So if you take care of them, they're going to take care of your investments. And as Prudential, we worked together the last couple of months together with our partners, the Federation for Ugandan Employers, PSFU, and Uganda Investment Authority, and we came up with this report which we're going to launch today. Game-changing. But actually, to tell us more about this report, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce someone very, very special. His story is an interesting one. When I was finding out more about how to introduce him, I said, so, what's special about you? He said, no, there's nothing special about me. I've just worked at Prudential for the last 11 years. I'm very passionate about insurance and about making a difference in people's lives. And I said, okay, now, but what do you do in your spare time? He said, I love to travel. This gentleman has been to over 68 countries. I thought I had traveled, but next to him, I've been nowhere. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ace Majija from Prudential.
Eternal Africa.
The Minister of State in the Office of the Vice President, Diana Mutasingwa. The Minister of State of Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, retired Colonel Charles Angola. Our keynote speaker and Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Mrs. Geraldine Sally. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Diana Atwin. The CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Mr. Al-Ahaj Katunabi Ibrahim Lubenga. The South African High Commissioner to Uganda, Her Excellency Ms. Lulama Kingwana. The UN Resident Coordinator, Ms. Susan Gongi Namonde. The UNDP Resident Coordinator, Elsie. The Regional CEO for Prudential Growth Markets, Mr. Wolf Blackburn, and the Africa COO, and Mr. Nicolda. CEOs from Prudential in Kenya, Zambia, and Ghana. Regional CEOs across Africa. Friends and colleagues from the Africa Regional Office. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is my honor, on behalf of Prudential Uganda, to welcome each of you that you have honored our invite to grace our most unique event, the Prudential Best HR Practices Survey Gala. Tonight is a uniquely Ugandan celebration of the practices that make the workplace excellent. We will highlight key opportunities for employers gathered here today and those watching us online to take away and appreciate the practices that enable the nurturing of an environment that allows growth, success of the talent that drives businesses and organizations. The average age at Prudential of our talent is 31. This is enviably young workforce, and therefore we strive every day to create a work environment where young, diverse, and talented team can bring their authentic selves to the workplace to create, to innovate, to lead, and to grow. We are very intent on ensuring that our people make the most out of their global brand that has very local understanding of Uganda. Yes, we are multinational, playing global but acting local. Some of our people have had a chance to benefit from the myriad of opportunities that we have in Africa and in Asia. One of our staff, for example, just completed his secondment with our Singapore business. One of our staff has now moved to the regional head office as heading up communications and marketing. We also know that it is our duty to ensure that our staff attain the skills that will make them ready for the future of work. And so we've embraced the new ways of working by skilling our staff with the right self-leadership, digital skills, enabled flexibility so that they could work from anywhere they wish to work from. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we are one of the few employers that did not lay off any staff. As a matter of fact, we actually did the opposite. We hired more people. We doubled in the last year during COVID. We provided health support and mental wellness support to our staff and agents, COVID testing, as well as mental wellness. I am proud that we are championing the conversation on employment practices in Uganda that will contribute to the continued betterment of the labor market as a whole. I would like to recognize our partners, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Federation of Uganda Employers, Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Uganda Investment Authority, Human Capital International, and Brighter Monday. Thank you for lending your support, skill, and networks to enable that we realize the Prudential Best HR Practices Survey. I wish to thank every organization that participated in the survey. Your time and effort is the most important part of this recipe that made it successful. Thank you. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Ace Majija from Prudential, Uganda. Now, for those of you who are guests to the country, Uganda is a very special country. We are gifted by nature. Not only do we have the people, the countryside, the source of the Nile, we have Odi in the north, and we also have dance. I have a brother of mine who's a very gifted ambassador. His name is Gordon Kawayovu. Gordon, how are you, boss?
Fine, Papa.
Tell me. Gordon happens to be part of the Crane Performers, and Crane Performers for the last decade and a half plus have been moving all over the world to sell the gospel of Uganda. So if I gave you 10 minutes, could you take me on a tour of Uganda and show us what the country has to offer? Where would you start?
From home.
Where is the home?
Here.
Where is here?
Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Crane Performers. Wow. Let's give them a big round of applause. Great performance. Good done.
Papa,
So you did all the performances, but you didn't tell us where the performances were from. So I need you to give me a quick synopsis of what we saw and why we saw what we saw. So what did we start with?
ladies and gentlemen, I want you to appreciate Dr. Mitch. Because he's not just an ordinary MC, but a one who heals souls in the real sense. Give him another big clap. But I'm also not just an ordinary dancer. Some of you are doubting my size now that we have been in a 2 years lockdown.
No, maybe you can stand on the stage so that they can see
Yeah,
you.
okay.
You stand here. And let me go
I was
down.
trying to dodge you because several times you have intimidated me by your height.
Now you look
Okay,
taller.
now we can.
talk.
But I'm also not simply an ordinary dancer.
Tell us more.
I looked through you and I said these people need a real treat of what makes Uganda the part of Africa. And I gained even more confidence when I saw my bosses in the audience. I'm a chartered accountant and I've only worked in one firm. Only. And that's why they remain my employers for life. PricewaterhouseCoopers. Mr. Othman Mayanja, I saw him. I saw Mr. Francis Kamregia. I don't know whether he has disappeared.
But first wait.
Pamela Natamba.
No, first wait.
So you know now, you can now get your level.
No, I can see that you are name dropping. You're showing us that you're someone of caliber. But me, what I'm most interested in, the dances you did. Where were they from?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure if you're Ugandan, you've identified yourself prudentially on stage. Not so. And if you are coming from somewhere, you have a reason why you are in Uganda. Please get a Ugandan name. I've moved all the way from West Nile.
Okay.
Okay, you saw the Akwara. Moved a bit into Buganda. Buganda is where my bosses come from.
Yes. Which dance was that? In Buganda. What is it called? Chogereko. Tell us.
Baksimba.
Baksimba.
Yes. From there I went to the West. The people were masters of love. And that is Bunyoro and Toro. Bunyoro, Bunyoro, Bunyoro. And
First wait. We don't want rumors here.
Yes.
We need the truth. We have heard rumors that the best lovers in this country come from the north. Is it not true? Hallelujah! If you don't believe, we shall take care of you. Where else did you go?
then we went to your area.
Yes.
Straight into the north.
Yes.
I was expecting you to come on the stage, but I don't know whether you feared the ability to balance the pots after having spent an hour at the cocktail.
Let us say, I'm staying in my lane.
But that was simply communicating
Wonderful.
that please, as you balance your decisions in your boardroom, take care of HR and balance them up properly as you balance the pots.
Wonderful.
And then, of course, after that, the wise men come from the east, so it's the best way to close the evening. So we went to the east, looked for somebody we can take care of, but we are not very sure whether we have that cover there. But we went to the east, Teso and Bukisu, and I'm sure we've covered the country. If you've not been covered, we can restart it tomorrow morning. I can talk to Serena. I'm a tenant here. We can leave this tent here. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man himself, Gordon Kayoku. Thank you very much, God. Let's give a big round of applause for great performance. All right, so now that we got entertainment out of the way, why are we here? So to set the stage, I'd like us to pay attention to the screen just for a few minutes as we listen to our board chair tell us more about why we're here. Video, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our gala this evening. My name is Apollo Makubuya. I'm the chairman of Prudential Uganda, and on behalf of the board, I'm honored to welcome you all this evening to the launch of our report on the HR best practices in Uganda. It is the first of its kind, and we're very proud to have worked with partners such as CWC, Private Sector Foundation, Federation of Uganda Employers and others in making this a success. I regret that I'm not there with you physically. I am in Hoima in the oil fields of Uganda, looking at prospects for oil production and so on. At Prudential, we are very, very excited about this report and the survey that has come before it, because it is one of those things that we care about as a company. We care about livelihoods of people, and in our business, health, education, and work and employment and so on are central to improving the people and their livelihoods. We are therefore very, very privileged to have worked with our partners and several employers in Uganda who participated in the survey. I want to thank the employees who participated as well in this important survey. We believe that it is one that will help many employers in adopting best practices as we see them during these very difficult periods that have been changed by the pandemic of COVID. At Prudential, we engage in many activities, many campaigns that ensure that the livelihoods of people, including their health, we are involved in a campaign of Omutima Gwo campaign seeks to help people check regularly their heart condition and status so that they prevent the many deaths that result from heart diseases in our country. We promote education, we promote health, we promote sports. We just come back from Yaoundé in Cameroon, where we supported the Africa Cup of Nations, and we are proud to be walking this journey, this life together with you, and hence our motto, Tuli Nawe. I want to wish you all a brilliant evening, a happy evening, and let's walk together all the time. God bless. Thank you very much for coming, and see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our board chair, OHT Apollo Makubuya. So he talked about being in the oil fields, and I'm actually very also proud to have a number of distinguished guests, especially the general manager of Total E&P, Ms. Mariam Nampera Mboa. Thank you so much for making time to come here. Let's give a big round of applause. Uganda is now, we are now bowling with the big boys. So when you're playing with the big boys, you have to make sure that your human resource is in the right place. So it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Uthman Mayanja to now give us a few words of inspiration. Big round of applause as he makes his way from PwC.
Thank you, Mitch. Honorable ministers present, permanent secretaries present, regional CEOs of Prudential, as well as other regional leaders of Prudential, Managing Director of Prudential Uganda, the Chief Executive Officer of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good evening. It is my pleasure in a few minutes to provide just an overview of the survey process that we conducted on behalf of Prudential on the best HR practices in Uganda. A survey, the first of its kind, and one that I must say was conducted at probably the best time that it could possibly be conducted between the months of October and December 2021 a period that we know we're experiencing our second lockdown, and therefore provided a nice opportunity to gauge the feeling within employees in our country. So I'll take you quickly through the process that we followed. PwC partnering with Prudential, we identified, and through the other partner organization of Prudential, identified a series of employers that would reach out to, with whom we shared an online survey, a link to an online survey, and through the HR departments, that survey was then shared with employees within those organizations. All in all, a total of 534 organizations were represented, and more than 1,500 employees participated in the survey. The process involved, as I said, sharing the link with employees so that they could complete the survey anonymously in their own time. It was composed of a total of 68 questions that covered 12 thematic areas. The number of areas most employees would want to know, yes, reward and remuneration was covered, but also covered areas like diversity and inclusion. We covered areas like quality and innovation. We covered areas like quality and innovation, diversity, professional growth and development, and so on and so forth, things that we understand employees care about and are important towards their careers. The survey was very insightful because, not only because of the breadth that it gave us across industry, so a large number of industries were covered, particularly within financial services, banking, insurance, and other financial services providers, but as well as NGOs, manufacturing, media, and so on and so forth. In terms of other demographics, we also got very good gender balance, with 57% or so of the survey respondents being male, and 42% being female. There's always that 1% that did not specify the gender, but we take all that in good stride. In terms of, again, other demographics age-wise, the majority of our respondents were between the ages of 20 and 40, which again is not surprising at all. S has taken us to the demographic at Prudential Uganda with an average age of 31. In my own organization, the average age is lower than it's about 26, and that's only because of dinosaurs like myself that push up that number. If we were cut out of the survey, the extremes, we'll probably get a number closer to 25 or 23. But it's an interesting dynamic and an interesting headache for any employer, because today in the workforce, we've got people that are towards their 60s, and we've got people working long and staying in employment beyond 60, and we also have those entering the workforce at the age of 20, 21, and it's a vast combination with varying needs and requirements, and therefore means that employers need to be very versatile and agile and flexible in the approaches that they take in terms of managing HR affairs. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a snapshot of the survey as was conducted, and I look forward, as well as yourselves, in hearing the outcome from the survey. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a big round of applause as he sits down. Thank you very much, Uthman. All right, so just before we dive into dinner, I thought it was very important for us actually to give out a couple of awards. So Lily, if you could do the honors and step on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'll give out 13 different awards in different categories. The first category is performance and confidence. And every single employee in a company must understand what are the objectives of my company, and must understand why they're there and be able to contribute to it. So, it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to call upon the first person to give out the award, Mr. Tinashe Muyambo, the Chief Commercial Officer of Prudential Africa, to hand out the awards. And the first category is Organization, Performance, and Confidence.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of organization performance and confidence are Uganda Breweries Limited, Umeme Uganda Limited, Bidco Uganda Limited. The organization with overall best practices is
Hello? Oh, here we go. And so the best practices in organizational performance and confidence, the winners are Uganda Breweries Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Uganda Breweries Limited.
My name is Catherine Jonjo. I'm the Human Resources Director at Uganda Breweries, the company that sells the best brands in this market. The coolest brands, actually, is what I like to say. What motivated us to participate in the survey is we've made a promise to our people that they can be the best versions of themselves at work every day. This is a great way to hear from them if what we're doing and the interventions that we're carrying out make sense to them and whether we're actually achieving what it is we committed to them in putting in those practices. Uganda Breweries contributes to organizational performance and confidence in several ways. So now every quarter what we ask our leaders to do is to have a robust conversation in terms of what has worked, what hasn't worked in the last quarter with the employee. Well, how are you? How's work going? How can I support you? And how can I be part of your success? We've committed to be the most trusted, most respected and best performing consumer goods company in Uganda. We can only be that if our reputation is intact, if we're delivering on our promises, and if our people feel that this is the best place to work. That's why this is important to us.
Congratulations to Uganda Breweries Limited. Wow. And you remember during the lockdown, they were championing all sorts of fantastic initiatives. Let's give them a big round of applause. Well deserved, well in team, well in team. Well, up next, I'd like to call Mr. Eric Olanya from DFID to hand over the next category, leadership, alignment, and involvement. Big round of applause as he makes his way there.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of leadership, alignment and involvement thematic area are Graphic Systems Uganda Limited, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, UBRA, Bidco Uganda Limited. The organization with overall best practice is
the best practices in leadership, alignment and involvement is Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. Thank you.
Oh, you already know. It's Melody Songs, the home producer.
UBRA is a new institution that was established by an Act of Parliament of 2011. So we thought that it was a time for us to get an opinion of others, how we've been able to move the journey in terms of enhancing our capabilities. Well, at UBRA, we've made it clear that if you have the skills, if you have the potential, and you proved yourself to deliver, the opportunity to go to the next level in leadership is clear. I'm the CEO today, but not always that I have to do all the things that I'm supposed to do or I'm required to do. I delegate, so people take up responsibilities.
So what we have done is first and foremost to share a common vision. Everybody at the leadership level, the management team, is aware of what the vision of the authority is. When we are communicating, we need to speak the same language. Even when one of the leaders leaves, we do not face a challenge. We've developed people, even at the lower level, to think the same way and do the same.
And we think with that mindset, we can be able to build more leaders that can support this institution, right from down to top.
Congratulations to Uganda Retirement Benefits Authority. Great job, great job. Our next category is reward and recognition, ladies and gentlemen. And to hand that over, I'd like to call upon Emmanuel Mokobi, the Regional CEO, Prudential Western and Southern Africa. Round of applause as he makes his way.
the organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of reward and recognition are Cipla Quality Chemicals Industries Limited, Strong Minds Mental Health Africa, Uganda, DFCU Bank, Uganda Limited. The organization with overall best practices is...
And the winner is Cipla Quality Chemical Industry Limited.
Congratulations, congratulations.
So my name is Ajay Pal. I'm the Chief Executive of Cipla Quality Chemical Industry Limited. We always believe that you should benchmark yourself with others, and that's all the idea was, to see where does we stand in terms of those practices. That's where the whole Prudential HR survey comes in play. I mean, I strongly believe reward and recognition is an outcome of something what is done, right? So you have done an activity and you're rewarded or recognized for doing very good on that, or not so doing very good on what are the areas of improvement you can look into. We, in last full year, I think adopted this culture of gratitude because of what COVID has brought, what our employees has gone through. So if the company performs significantly higher, the reward passed on to the employees in that same ratio. So for us, the reward and recognition was important because we wanted to improve employee engagement as a tool to motivate our staff, to make them more and more engaged. And I strongly believe as they are more engaged, there is more innovation. We strongly believe in our purpose of caring for life. And caring for life does not mean just for our patients, it also means for our employees.
Congratulations to Quality Chemicals. Big round of applause to them. So, a lot of you probably must be wondering, so what's in the report? So it's my great pleasure to welcome somebody who a couple of years ago was the CEO of Prudential here in Uganda. But now he holds a new portfolio, the regional CEO, Prudential Eastern and Central Africa. Please welcome Mr. Arjun Malik.
Good evening to my friends, brothers and sisters in Kampala. Good evening all. Let me begin by acknowledging our guest of honor, Honorable Minister Diana, Minister of State, representing the Office of the Vice President. May I also acknowledge the presence of our keynote speaker, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Mrs. Geraldine Sully, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Honorable Diana. I want to also acknowledge the IRA CEO, Alhaj Kadunabi, who happens to be my big brother and a man of great wisdom and discipline. I can assure you I would say that about him even if he wasn't our regulator, which he happens to be. I want to acknowledge the CEO, Prudential Insurance Growth Markets, Wilf Blackburn, the Chief Operating Officer, Prudential Africa, Nick Holder, respected leaders of industry, all present, regional CEOs of Prudential, CEOs and other visitors from Prudential Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I also want to acknowledge, before I proceed, our partners, PwC, represented by Uthman and Francis, the Uganda Investment Authority, the Federation of Uganda Employers, the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Human Capital International, Federation of Uganda Employers, and Brighter Monday. Members of the press, our most distinguished guests, good evening once again. And can I say it is such a joy for me personally to see friends and friendly faces scattered all across this room. I'm pleased to welcome you to the first Prudential Best HR Practices Survey. I hope this will be an annual feature of the People Calendar in Uganda for centuries to come. Some of you in the audience will know that Prudential has been around for nearly 2 centuries, so it is not uncommon for us to measure our commitment to an idea, to an ideal, or to a community in somewhat longer time frames. My friend Uthman from PwC has already discussed the rigor and independence with which the process was conducted, and I wish to thank him and my friend Francis and their team for this stellar effort. Can I hear a big round of applause for them? It is important for Prudential to champion a discussion around people practices because we believe that A, it is essential for the success of our businesses that we acknowledge categorically that people are at the center of what we are able to achieve. And B, that for our people to thrive, it is important to lead the conversation beyond just compensation, medical benefits, and lunch. For our people to bring the best version of themselves, a holistic set of criteria need to be defined, and Prudential have done so by identifying 12 thematic areas which we feel comprehensively capture the complete experience of our people and our colleagues when they come to work or dial in, as is increasingly the case. These 12 areas include well-being, COVID-19 response, ESG, culture, risk, learning and development, diversity and inclusion, innovation, reward and recognition, leadership quality, collaboration, and company performance. As you can see, Prudential is keen to make the conversation focus on creating a more holistic workplace, a place where people don't just show up, but where they thrive. All of you are welcome to take these 12 themes within your organization as your people program evolves, and we are happy to discuss more with you on how we can collaboratively improve the work environment for our people, because at the end of the day, that is in our collective best interests and that of Uganda and that of Ugandans. It is important to point out that all the feedback contained in the survey comes directly and confidentially from our teams and colleagues. So I wish to thank all of you that shared so generously of your time and of your honest feedback. My task this evening is to bring to your attention some of the key conclusions from the survey. The high levels of participation across 17 sectors and 534 organizations that are large and small, Ugandan and foreign, local and multinational, for-profit and NGOs, tell us that there is a genuine willingness within our fraternity to listen to what people have to say with regards to the place in which they work. The high levels of participation from over 1,500 colleagues across Uganda means that there is a willingness to share views and a desire to be heard. Not just on the basic contractual terms, but to be heard on the 12 distinct themes that measure the quality of our workplace. The other observation I wanted to share, I think Uthman talked about it briefly, is about tenure. The survey throws some interesting insights. The happiest people with the highest ratings on the engagement score happen to be those that have been working in our organizations the longest. This includes those who are older than 50 and have been in their organization for longer than 10 years. Now, I have a suspicion that some of those colleagues who fall in that category are probably sitting around this room here this evening, so I will attribute that outcome to the wisdom that comes with experience. But the flip side of this data is where I wish to draw our collective attention. Our younger colleagues have given very direct feedback on two areas that need attention: reward and recognition and employee well-being propositions. These scored on the lower end of the scale amongst all participating Ugandan organizations, and particularly worse under younger respondents. We have the second youngest population on the planet, so it'll be short-sighted to ignore the input from our young Ugandan talent. Please allow me to acknowledge how incredibly proud I am of the team from Prudential Uganda that has led on this pioneering effort to champion this conversation. Can I ask you to join me This young team have had incredible achievements and faced enormous challenges together since Prudential was incorporated in Uganda 6 years ago. The reason this team thrives is because we can talk openly, candidly, without fear, and with the right intent. That intent being to get better than we were yesterday. Through this survey, they have given us feedback which I'm able to summarize for you in the spirit of transparency and openness. Prudential Uganda have chosen to recuse ourselves from being recognized in any category on account of leading this initiative. But the qualitative feedback we have received from the staff of Prudential Uganda is a gift, and a gift that we all honor. They have commended the company for our professionalism, values, teamwork, and ambition, but have told us that we can do better when it comes to communication, recognition, and job definition. I commit to take the feedback away, improve our performance for the next Prudential HR survey, and I hope that all the leaders of all organizations and HR practitioners across the room will commit to do the same. And we will use this report to get better every day than we were yesterday. I have learned, as I conclude, so much from my team who represent every corner of the pearl of Africa and are a microcosm of the beauty of Ugandan culture. They embody patience, calm, composure, the power of community, humility, and relationships. I love telling a story of when I witnessed my first collision, and some of you heard it as recently as yesterday, so forgive me for the repetition. When I witnessed my first collision of two cars on Kampala Road 6 years ago. At the time, I was a recent import from London, and I was surprised to see that both participants exited the vehicles, and the first thing they did was to greet each other. How are you, Sebo? Today, no matter how tense or heated any situation gets, I remember that the best course of action is to greet the other side with calm and compassion. So to my team that made me a better leader, and all the friends, partners, colleagues in the room that made me a better person, please know this is a debt I will not be able to repay, but I'm eternally grateful, and we commit to take away the feedback, as I hope everyone in the room will do, from the Prudential Best HR Practices Survey. As Prudential and PwC continue to invest time, effort, and resources into furthering this conversation, we will bring within the fold more companies, more people, more sectors, and together create a wealth of data and knowledge that will make Uganda the destination where talent thrives. If you have any feedback and insight that will make this survey better, please do not hesitate to let us know. Let's face life together. Tuli nawe. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Arjun. But just a word of caution. If you're thinking of bashing my car and you think I'm just going to smile at you, Arjun, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But, ladies and gentlemen, just before we dive into dinner, we have a special guest we'd like to invite. She's the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Trade. Please welcome Geraldine Sari. Big round of applause as she makes her way.
Can you hear me? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honor, the Minister of State, the Vice President, Diana Mutasingwa, CEO, Prudential Regional Insurance Growth Markets, CEO, Mr. Wilf Blackpan, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Head Resident Representative of UNDP, Ms. Elsie Atafor, the Regional CEO, Eastern Central, Asian Malik, the Chairman of the Board, Mr. Apollo Makuya, Managing Director, Mr. Archimil Majija, Uganda and the rest of your team, all representatives of Prudential, Uganda and partner companies, representatives of departments, my fellow PS, Ms. Diana Atwine, all government agencies, the author of our report, PwC, and Mr. Kamulegea, representing with all your team, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank you, Prudential, for having given me the honor and privilege to be your keynote speaker today. I'm truly humbled because people are the most important asset of any organization. And to be the person to speak about people, I'm humbled. I thank you. Then, of course, I would like to congratulate Prudential themselves. Because what Prudential has done is that they have invested in their people. By just having this survey, they have invested in their people to find out what their people are feeling. It's very important. When I went to Dubai in 2016, I heard that I got to know they had a Ministry of Happiness. Basically, it's about their standards of living, cost of living, and quality of life. I think it translates into the head of, it translates into human resource within corporate entities. I think it's exactly that's what it is. So every person here who is actually looking after human resources, I call them the chief heart officers, because you're taking care of hearts and souls. You're actually chief heart officers. People in charge of other people's happiness within the organization. That's what you are. I'm not going to give you any PowerPoint presentations. I'm not a PowerPoint warrior. In fact, it would actually divert me from talking about the real issues I feel that I have an opportunity to deliver to you tonight. When you go out to seek the voice of your staff, you're actually going out to find guidance in how you can manage them better. If it was a country, the lawyers would say the voice of the people is the voice of God. So as Prudential, you have gone out to find the voice of your staff. The lawyers would call it Vox Populi, Vox Dei. It means you are looking for the voice of your people, and it's very important. Some people talk about the desires to change, the desires to find the people that run the real machinery of an institution. They are the asset of an institution. It's the most complex asset you have, the most complex to manage, but somehow you have got to be in there while they're also managing you. Did you know that actually while you're managing your staff, they're also managing you? Did you know that? They are finding ways of how to manage you. Sometimes the evidence of something like that, I call it, I have no other words for it, but I call it the Princess Diana syndrome. And this is what it is. For example, procurements. When you go out there to buy something, it might be that you're procuring a contractor for a building. Now, your staff will need an outcome where they are actually benefiting the most. They need a contractor who's going to look after them as well. And then you also need a contractor who has probably, you met on some business trip somewhere, because it seems he's actually a good contractor. Now, you start off this procurement. These people are going to start managing you right from the inception of that procurement. The Diana ambulance happened that when the princess was found struggling and fighting for her life in the tunnel, the first staff operating an ambulance on the scene, they could have had a choice to resuscitate her, the beautiful princess, but they didn't. They actually lifted her body, put her in the back of the ambulance, and drove her around Paris for 45 minutes. They drove past the nearest hospital, and they went around until she lost the battle for her life, and then got her into the accident and emergency ward of one of the hospitals. The princess had to die. That was the outcome they were looking for. So while we are actually managing our staff, they're also managing us. When they want to slow coach and they want to frustrate your initiatives, they will go around in circles. Tomorrow, now this one is sick, is not there, the system has failed, the system is down, and you know you're a CEO right at the top, you can never go to fix it. So you just have to work with these people. You have to understand them. And if you're running a huge institution, you have to know every single person in the branches. You have to know every single one of them. You cannot escape. And what I also discovered is that most of us are actually learning on the job how to manage people, because there's always something new that you have never seen before. The evolution of HR, in the years earlier on, like the 1960s, 70s, where HR was called personnel, you know, people were not that sophisticated. They didn't have laws and regulations. They just needed to turn up to work. They were more of like slaves. They had no voice. They had no say in anything. It was always a top-down. There were never mechanisms on feedback like these surveys. There was never a relationship. Everybody was a dispensable tool. You're used and you're thrown out. But right now, when you come across the millennials of today, they expect much more, because they will need a car, they will need a retirement scheme, and thank God that Ubra is one of those people who are in the survey. They will need a medical, they will need education for their children, entertainment allowance, peripherals, tools. They will need everything. Good work environment, it's expected, it's no longer negotiable. So it's the starting point. So if you're going to compete for staff on the market, you have got to be able to give them the basics before you start even any discussions. Then the package, of course, comes in, the remuneration comes in, which is attractive. But I have to tell you that sometimes money has a limit. I don't know whether there's anybody here who has worked with the late Mulwana, but I got to know people who worked with him. The late Mulwana, in his businesses, you'd find people who are getting humble salaries, but for years and years and years, they would stay around with him. Why would they stay around with him? Because he knew every single one of his employees' story. Do these employers take the time out to know who are working for them? And I would like to challenge Mr. Malik tonight. I'm going to pick just one employee of yours, and you tell me his name, and you're going to tell me his or her story. So I would like the people who work for Prudential Regional to stand up, and I'm just going to choose one person at random. And I would like Mr. Asian Malik Lukwago, the name I've given him tonight, to identify that person. Please stand up. The employees of a group, well, they're all at the front, so you didn't give out enough air tickets for these people. So you have got a few people. There's none at the back. The lady at the back there, in white, with a Sharia, please step forward. The rest of you can sit, please. Mr. Malik, can you please identify that lady and tell us her name and tell us her story?
This is the first time I've been invited to interrupt a keynote in this way. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to Umu, who works in our Prudential Kenya business and leads our marketing and brand initiatives. She's recently joined the team, and last year she launched a campaign on financial literacy in Kenya, which was one of the highest visited websites on the day when it was launched. So can you give Umu a big round of applause? Umu's joined by the CEO for Prudential Kenya, Gwen Kinisu, who's right there in orange. And just to show you, you're right, Geraldine, knowing our people is quite an important part of what we do. So welcome, Umu. Thank you, Geraldine.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Aj and Malik. I'm quite pleased that you actually know your staff, at least you know their work, and that is what is rewarding. So people stay with you, not necessarily because of the remuneration. That could actually account for about 30%. But the rest of it is really the people skills and the investment you get to know in knowing your people, knowing their staff, and actually treating them accordingly. So thank you very much. So the emerging trends in Uganda. Let nobody lie to you that Uganda was ready for the COVID-19 working methods of remotely working. We were just pushed over the edge because it was necessary and that people would have contracted diseases and would have not taken that risk. So employers jumped onto it because it was a mandatory requirement. But I'm glad that it happened. You know, some of these things, these are opportunities. They're real opportunities. You people from India, I can tell you a very interesting story. There was a time the government of India recognized that there was a problem with snakes biting people everywhere. They would go around and start treating snake bites every day. But the snake bites just kept increasing. So the government came up with a policy and said, whoever kills a snake and comes up with the head, we are going to give them some money, some rupees. I think there were 10 rupees or something. So what people did, now they began to hunt down the snakes, turn up with the head of the snake to show that that is the evidence, and then the government would actually give them some money. And what happened, after 3 months, they had run out of snakes. There were no more snake bites. Ta-da, everything is hunky-dory. After 2-3 months, the snakes were back. The snake heads were back, but this time with no bites. Would you guess what happened? People saw the opportunity of grooming snake farms, making money. You know, businessmen in India are very interesting, and I'm glad that Malik is here and everybody else. So they started having snake farms to do business and sell the heads of snakes to government and made money. So the government was perplexed, and I'm sure my friend Diana would have been confused in the same situation because there are no more snake bites, that the heads are so many. People are creative, they're innovative in many ways you could never imagine. So our employers found themselves trying to manage the situation. The first person that did remote working, I think I saw a man running after a goat in the middle of a Zoom meeting. You know, it was challenging. I think you saw that guy. But we had to get there in the end. So when I first came into Uganda, prior to that I used to work for Her Majesty's Treasury, and computers and home working was a must. It was not something that was negotiable. Automatically they give you your laptop and computers and everything. And you decide to work from home, or you can decide, and they actually ask you when you're signing up, would you like to work from home? How many days would you like to work from home? So we were at a certain space where Uganda hadn't got to by, say, 2004-05. But even before that, remote working was already a practice in other countries where Uganda hadn't yet adopted. I mean, as early as the 1980s, people were actually working from home. Young mothers were working from home, and they were advocating for these practices. And they're all very good. So I think employers, you can clap for yourselves that you went through that because you invested in that practice, which allowed mothers to spend some time with their children. So I could easily do a Zoom half and half. I'm actually breastfeeding. That was good. Thank you. So the digitalization actually took us around the edge. Now, I want to talk about staff retention. So you were happy that staff are actually staying with you 12 months, and that is the symbol of engagement. I want to actually just modify that a little. There is what they call mental contracts with your staff, and then the physical contracts that you actually sign on a piece of paper. I call it the login, staff logging in and staff logging out. When you lock your staff in mentally, you're actually engaging them. But some of the things that actually contribute to engaging staff may not necessarily be the money or the longevity in business. Recognition is very powerful and everything. All the soft skills that we've talked about are very important. But I would like to talk about, I wanted to look at your profit line, the bottom line, and see how much percentage of that is actually going into reward before we say anything else. But for me, as an employee who is looking at numbers, I don't think a wage bill of a company that is looking after their employees should go anything less than 20% of their profit. It's a 20-80 rule. 20% of your profit and bottom line should be invested in your people because they are bringing you the other 80. Go back, employees, look at your bottom line and do the maths and the calculation. Now, if your remunerations together with your bonuses, together with all your medical bills and all the other training facilities and everything that is spent on staff is less than 20%, you need to negotiate. You need to negotiate so that your staff, which is bringing you the bread and butter, is well taken care of. Okay, and people love fairness and equity at work. There are very many CEOs who practice favoritism, sectarianism, they sort of have, in my language, they call it abana nevyana. It is not good. People don't like that. People don't like to feel second class. People don't like to feel that they are not valued. They want to be like everybody else, especially when they're giving you their best. Now, if you're the kind of leader who is going to put others ahead of others, you have lost it. It will not be sustainable leadership. So you have to work your way into equity and fairness at work. On that note, I would like to talk about, people wonder, most of you know me about from NSSF, and every single time I'm asked to speak, they want me to talk about NSSF. But this is all I have to say. I never sit on my rights. I exercise them. And the contributions that you make to the workplace, actually, everything that you're enjoying today, I tell you, was fought for by a previous generation of men and women who are brave enough to fight for those rights. Everything you're enjoying today, the fact that you can come in and say equal opportunities, I want the same salary as the man. I want a cliche at work because I'm a working mother. Everything that you have today was fought for. The Rosa Parks of this world had to fight for equity on voting. There are so many people who have actually fought for those rights. So I would like to believe that even as I was fighting my little space, I had no idea that I would make any slight contribution to the workplace. But on 3-4 occasions, I've had judges from the High Court calling me and telling me, Geraldine, your case is the most quoted case. Even where it doesn't fit, people must fix it there and quote you. So people have learned to fight for their rights, especially on justice and equity at work. And that is my little contribution. But many of you who wonder where it came from, I'll tell you about my grandfather. I have a grandfather who was called Joseph Bachire Jinja. Nzalibwa Masaka ndi muzukulu wa Mugema. Yes, ntambulanga Muganda. And by the way, I also know my title in Luganda. My title, where you say that's the PS of trade in Luganda, just listen to this. Omuwandiisi ow'enkalakkalira ow'ekitongole eky'abasuubuzi, eky'amakolero n'ekyabalimi. Mumpulidde? So my grandfather was a teacher. And he used to teach in Mengo Senior Secondary School in the 1933s. Yes, he was a teacher there. But what happened at that time is that every single time children would get leave and holiday, the teachers would also be sent home and they were never paid. So in a year's time, he realized that he's actually being cheated. So he calls a caucus of other fellow teachers and asks them what they should do about this situation, that every single time the students were on leave, on holiday, they were never paid. So he managed to get some mavericks, put them in a room, planned a strike, and they executed the strike, and he was the leader of that strike. And then, because it was chaotic and it spent like 2 weeks of chaos in the school, the protectorate government of that day, together with the headmaster and the teachers of the school, tried to find out who exactly was the leader of this strike. And then a guy who was called Lumansi, I was told about this story by my father. Lumansi went and reported my grandfather and said this strike was actually led and masterminded by Joseph Bachire Jinja. So my poor grandfather was thrown out, and then he went to the local government to work as a head of agricultural research. So while he was there, he filed a suit. You wonder why I file suits? It's in our blood, it's in our lineage, it's in our DNA. So when he filed this suit, it went on. And then when the government of Kabaka Chua, the king, came in, they said actually, because his argument was that if we are not going to be paid during the holidays, let the students continue studying throughout the year, if it makes sense. Because for me, I'm actually registered as a teacher, so therefore I should be remunerated throughout the year, whether the students are here or not. And then they said, no, but you're not teaching. So he said, well, I am willing to teach, so let the students come January to December. And when the teachers sat down and realized, and also the registrar, and that everybody realized that, you know what, this is fair. So this ruling was made in his favor, and he won the day. And teachers began to be paid. So everything that you see that teachers are being paid is because of my grandfather, Joseph Bachire Jinja. Social justice. So in the end, people are benefiting, not knowing that, hey, muzukulu wa Jinja, Bachire Jinja is here, and they are benefiting. So I think I would collect some money for that in the end from Ministry of Education. But anyway, having said that, so here in 1962, when the government of that day was recognizing, my grandfather was given actually an Independence Medal, and it's actually at our home, hanged on the wall for that small contribution to the workplace. And I think in our lineage, we've done those small contributions. So the question is, what are you doing to contribute to the good workplace you're enjoying right now? That is the fundamental question. Or are you just there to enjoy the privileges that have been fought for by other people, and you're not willing to put in the time, effort, and bruises? You ask yourself, it can even be just things which are not for fighting. just humble contributions and innovations, you know? You can talk about paternity leaves in other places where they are not implemented. You can talk about anything, but make your mark so that your grandchildren and children can be able to enjoy the workplaces that PwC, a reputable company, together with Prudential, have come to reward you tonight. So the softer motivation indices, empowerment to make decisions is very important. You must always allow your staff to make a certain level or a certain degree of decisions. It's very demotivating if a manager, head of department, has got to go to the CEO to get approval of a padlock of 50,000. Can you imagine? I'm talking about real life experience. This actually happened. I saw it with my own eyes. Until the chairman of this organization had to say, you know what, come on, this cannot be right. And eventually all the heads of department were given a reasonable threshold to conduct business and feel financially empowered within their teams. So please do empower your teams to perform. Apart from the cash rewards, those are some of the things that you can actually look at. Then I wanted to talk about age. Age is a very important factor because not everybody in your organization is the same age. Some people will be 30, others 40, you know, fourth floor, fifth floor. They have different requirements. On the Maslow's chart of self-actualization, there are different levels. So you don't expect someone who's nearly to retire, looking at his pension pots, like from UBRA and NSSF and everywhere, to have the same needs as a mother who's just left a tertiary institution like Makerere University and is trying to find the next home with her children of, say, 1 and 2. There are different needs, so you have to have that inclusive policy that is going to cater for everybody. So not one chart must fit all. And now, the other thing I really want to talk about, employees will always know if you're fair on your governance audits and leadership ratings. I would like to congratulate UBRA for taking that day on leadership. Because actually I can testify UBRA does have leadership. That's Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. They do actually have good leadership. They allow their staff to communicate. They allow their staff to have opinions in every single meeting. If you know Muchala Musali, Mrs. Musali, people know her. She's the most opinionated person. They allow her to speak. They allow her to exercise her voice in any forum. And I think that is very good leadership. You don't bottom and sit on people like, you know, I'm the only one that must shine and, you know, have all sorts of complexities. So congratulations to you, Bra. Then, I would also like to talk about one of the aspects I found. You know, like I said, sometimes we actually have to touch where it's uncomfortable to touch. And some of us have nothing to lose, really, because we have been through, by the way, they say the finest stones are those that have gone through every single furnace. And if you see gold, you have to blast it to become fine. If you see diamonds, you have to compress it to become fine. So it's a good thing sometimes to actually touch those points, especially when the distance between you and poverty, the kinetics of poverty is what I call them, is a bit distant. So at a certain age,
Madam PS, you said you should touch things which are uncomfortable.
Which are uncomfortable.
So I'm touching that I'm also under time pressure.
You're under time pressure. I'm about to finish.
That's also uncomfortable.
But this
for
one,
me.
yeah, but this one, I have to touch Mitch. This survey was a very good survey. But it had a bit of incompleteness, an issue which may be uncomfortable. I would like that in your next survey next year, because you're going to be doing this annually, you include the aspects of sexual harassment at work, because these issues are real. But everybody looks over them like they don't exist. They actually exist. And we must be able to tell the difference between willing victims and people who have actually lost their jobs, lost everything they have in the name of sexual harassment at work. So it's a very touchy subject because it carries no evidence. And I'm not talking about this thing of someone just winking at you in a lift and then you run off and say, oh, sexual harassment. No, I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm talking about issues where people are forced into corners, and if they decline the advances, they lose jobs, they lose all the goodness you've brought into the work environment. It's lost. And our society is designed in such a way that there's stigma around it. Anybody who dare speaks is going to be given a red card. So if we actually say, willing victims, fine. And some of them actually drive it. But those who are not willing, they must be addressed. Organizations must have transparent ways of handling such issues so that both men and women who are facing this challenge can actually be supported to stay in their jobs and enjoy the livelihoods that you create for them. So on that note, I would like to thank Prudential for putting this effort forward. I would like to congratulate the winners of tonight, those coming and those who have just won those medals and awards. That keep up the good work and be exemplary in your areas that you have won, and keep winning. Because when you're centers of excellence on people, we actually learn from each other. So I'll add my voice to the previous speakers and congratulate all the winners. And lastly, Prudential, keep enhancing employer-employee relationships that will turn your organization into a successful organization. And you keep shining in the region and within Uganda. On that note, I would say, for God and my country, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our keynote speaker, Geraldine Sally. Well, you know, while I was walking around, you see a lot of people have been asking themselves, so, Dr. Mitch, you know, Prudential has been known for, for insurance and for hundreds of years plus. Why the heck have they decided now for them to get involved in human resource? So that's a question which we'd like to have somebody come and tell us more about it. Please welcome the Regional Chief Executive Officer, Insurance Growth Markets, Prudential Corporation, Asia. Mr. Wilf Blackburn, as he comes and tells us more.
Okay. Welcome and a very pleasant evening to each and every one of you. I've been introduced to you as Wilf Blackburn, but please, as we're engaging later on, do feel free to greet me by my Ugandan name, Mukisa. Minister of State in the Office of the Vice President, Diana Mutas-Ingwa. Our keynote speaker, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Trade and Industry, Ms. Geraldine Sally, and thanks for a wonderful keynote speech, by the way. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, Diana Adwini. The CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Alhaj Kadunabi Ibrahim Lubega. All of our many regional CEOs of Prudential, friends and colleagues from the regional office, many cabinet ministers, permanent secretaries, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, each and every one of you. I'm truly honored and delighted to be back in Uganda, your incredibly beautiful country, full of warm smiles, youthful energy, and incredible entertainment such as we had with Crane. Prudential established our business here in Uganda 6 years ago. We started with just 4 staff and 1 agent, and today we have 146 staff and more than 4,600 agents. And I'm very, very proud, not only that we have grown in size, but also that we've nurtured and helped all of our employees to develop and to achieve the great success that they have had. And this is because we truly believe that people are the greatest assets of a company. Prudential believes that for economies to prosper, for communities to thrive, we achieve this by putting people first. And so we've chose to lead on this conversation, as you know, by commissioning this survey. The Prudential Best Human Resources Practices Survey, it's an ideal platform for businesses and for organizations from across a variety of different sectors to share and indeed to learn from each other. To share practices that will help make Uganda an ideal work environment for the talent that drives organizations to achieve their objectives. As you know, there are more than 1,500 participants from more than 500 organizations, and they provided feedback on a wide range of topics, including workplace culture, the COVID-19 response and support, well-being programs, and others such as learning and development. And the launch of this survey could not have been more timely. The last 2 years have, of course, seen significant shifts in workplace as a result of the pandemic. And this has led us all to rethink our employment practices and the way in which we work. And so, of course, these days, our workplace is not defined simply by the office space alone. Of course, that's one component. And now we spend so much of our time in the virtual space on Teams meetings, Teams calls, team chats, sending email. So, of course, this is overlapping with and intersecting with the home lives of so many of our employees. So then the work-life balance, of course, has become a much more complex topic than it has ever been previously. And then, of course, we have the increasing use of new technologies, such as AI and machine learning. These trends, of course, in the workplace, all have been influenced and accelerated by the pandemic. As employers, it's important that we future-proof our workforce with the skills that will enable them to thrive in the increasingly digital economy. And we're hoping that the insights from the survey will help companies to create a more inclusive and dynamic workplace, one that will support the needs, the evolving needs, and the aspirations of today's very, very young workforce. Through this initiative, we also hope to create a platform that enables organizations from different sectors to share their best practices and to learn from one another so that together we can all shape the future of work. Now, Prudential has been having the privilege to be in Africa now for a decade. We have 8 businesses. We're in Uganda, Kenya, Zambia, Ghana, Nigeria, Togo, Cameroon, and Cote d'Ivoire. We're supporting 1.7 million customers through a distribution network of more than 13,000 agents and more than 600 bank branches. And as we continue to grow in Africa, people will continue to remain the key driver of our success. We're committed to invest in our workforce and to create and nurture an environment that enables people of different abilities and different backgrounds, all of them to thrive and to succeed. I'd like to thank the Prudential Uganda team for championing this initiative, the first of its kind in the Prudential Group, and working so hard to put together such a great gala today. Prudential Uganda has indeed set a worthy benchmark for all of our businesses in Asia, in Africa and in Asia, to work with as we carry out a similar survey throughout the entire Prudential Group in all of our 21 respective markets. And may I finish by saying particular thanks to all of our partners. Firstly, I'd like to thank PwC. I'd like to thank the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, the Federation of Uganda Employers, Human Capital International, Uganda Investment Authority, and Brighter Monday. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for supporting this survey and recognizing that human capital powers businesses and economies. Thanks to each of you for being on this journey with Prudential. Mwebale Nyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Wilf Blackburn. Let's give him a big round of applause as he makes his way down. As Mr. Blackburn takes his seat, it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Please welcome Al-Haj Kadunabi. Big round of applause. Haj, pleasure, pleasure, pleasure.
Our guest of honor, Honorable Diana Mutasingwa, representing the Vice President of Uganda, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, Madam Diana Atwini, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Trade, and our keynote speaker, Madam Geraldine Sali, the Group of Africa CEO Prudential, the Regional CEO Prudential, the Country Director PwC, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. This occasion has given me an opportunity to know that when I see the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Trade, behaving the way she behaves, it is in her DNA. So from now on, I'll trade very carefully when I'm approaching her. It has also given me an opportunity to see how smart Mukisa is and how smart Arjun is in a council. I want also to say that in a way I was Arjun's employer because he was here in the Ugandan market. And I just feared that when they do the survey, they can get me on the wrong side of the survey. So I also released her to go to the region, and she's now in Nairobi. But we want to thank you for what you did for Prudential Uganda when you are still here and what you continue to do. I want also to say that I'm pleased that the coming of companies like Prudential to the Ugandan market has indeed added a mark. Studies like these were never before done, but now we can see that you go out of your way and engage in studies which are intended not only for staff of Prudential, but for the entire employers and employees in Uganda. Thank you very much. I want again to say that when we were still struggling during COVID, as rightly put by Madam Geraldine, COVID got all of us unawares. And when we were still struggling in the insurance sector, what do we do? Because our policies generally exclude epidemic or pandemics, and this was declared as one by WHO. So what it meant that all the policies, specifically medical policies, would not apply during the period we were under COVID. Prudential was the first to put me off the hook as the regulator when they said we will extend our policy to cover Ugandans who have our policies even during COVID. Thank you very much. Indeed, all other insurance players in Uganda came on board. And the message we were sending was one, that we are with you at all times. And I want now to say that I want to applaud Prudential Uganda, together with its partners, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Uganda Investment Authority, the Private Sector Foundation, Human Capital International, and the regional and the Federation of Uganda's Employers for organizing this inaugural Best HR Practices Survey in Uganda. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as the insurance regulator in Uganda, I am indeed proud that the insurance company is setting the stage for other companies in Uganda to take a lead, to take a note of what Prudential has done. And please, we want to see more of these surveys being done to address the concerns of our employees, because even the CEOs which Madam Geraldine was talking about, we are also employees. If tomorrow they throw me out of this IRA, I'll go back to my Butambala. And I don't want also to go complaining. And I don't want also to do the other things which are for Bazukuru of 1930s. Therefore, the insurance companies, as we all know, play a big role on how employers retain and attract talent as they design group products which speak to the wellness of the employees. And indeed, this is done through policies like medical insurance. It is done through policies like individual and group life, and also the endowment plans, and many others, the group personal accidents or individual personal accidents, among others. We at the Insurance Regulatory Authority, therefore, recognize that employers have to be, must have the intention and the willingness to work with everybody to make our lives better. the role of HR profession will not only become more critical as we transit the manpower, and indeed this is intended to ensure that it makes all of us comfortable at our workplace. It was stated that we spend much of the time at our workplace, so our workplace must have a conducive environment which makes you wake up in the morning willing to go back to work the next day. The Insurance Regulatory Authority, therefore, is happy that different insurers are partnering with different organizations to see that the networks are improved to ensure that the service given to the employees is improved. May I therefore end my remarks by quoting the words of George Paulo Lemann, who is a Brazilian billionaire investment banker. He said, I open of quotes, the greatest asset of a company is its people, end of quotes. I am therefore very sure that all our agencies and companies, the biggest asset, and indeed, when you see what is spent in terms of salaries, is the employees. We must give them the best if we are to get the best out of them. I thank you for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Alhaj Kadunabi, the CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for those words of inspiration. You know, one of the biggest challenges with doing events which are very complex like this, you've got speeches, then at the same time you've got awards, then you're eating in the middle, is that sometimes you get a bit lost. So what I like to do is that I like to stay true to the Prudential promise that we want to help you get the most out of life. Can I have everybody stand up, please? Everybody stand up. You see, this is a celebration of HR in Uganda, and you can't celebrate unless you know how to celebrate. DJ Pule, roll him tune one time. All right, so how we're going to do it, I'm going to show you how we celebrate. Are we together? When I say hello, you say hello. Hello! Hello! All right, so everybody put the right hand in the air. Right hand in the air. All right? Shake like this. Shake like this. Come on. Now turn. Turn around. Turn around. Uh-huh. All right. All right. DJ, low. We didn't come here to dance. Sit down. Huh? Let's be serious. Huh? Please. This is an award ceremony. What type of people are you? Let's focus on the key issues here. All right, so now that we're back in gear, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is an interesting one. It's about quality and innovation. And what COVID did is that it helped us to see outside the box. Working virtually became something which was the new norm. So it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to call Her Excellency Lulama Zingwana, the South African High Commissioner, to do us the honors. Please welcome her as she comes. Big round of applause.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of quality and innovation are MTN Uganda, Graphic Systems Uganda Limited, Uganda Breweries Limited, UBL. The organization with overall best practices is
So, who's walking away with the award for innovation?
Thank you very much, Program Director and Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretaries, CEOs, colleagues, ambassadors, all protocol observed. And now the best practices in quality and innovation. And the winner is Graphic Systems Uganda Limited.
Congratulations to Graphic Systems Limited.
My name is Rajesh Chavlur. I am the General Manager of Graphic System. We have been practicing good HR practices from the day when we started the company, and good HR policies is a key to success for any organization. Because of our good HR practices, we have many staff who are working for more than 15 years. And this is a testimony that we have a good HR practices in this company. So when this survey was being brought to my notice, I said, why not we should participate in it. With regard to the quality, we have two quality control laboratory who are operational 24 hours in our company. And that's the reason we are supplying like 100% of beer labels, 100% of the packaging material to more or less each and every company in Uganda. So we emphasize also good training to our staff. If you go to NASA Road, which is a hub for the printing industry, each and every printing press at NASA Road have a staff trained by us, and that shows that we emphasize on human resource to a great extent.
Congratulations to them, ladies and gentlemen. In our next category, we're going to recognize diversity and inclusion. And in every business, whether you're young or old, whether you're my size or just a little bit bigger, no matter what your skill set, we want to understand that the business understands that there will be diverse individuals. To give out this particular award, I'd like to call Gavin Da Costa, the head of economic policy at the British High Commission. Could you kindly give him a big round of applause as he walks up?
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of diversity and inclusion are Uganda Breweries Limited, UBL, DFCU Bank, Uganda Limited, Agricultural Business Initiative Development. The organization with overall best practices is...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a category which is dear to my heart, diversity and equality. So it is with great pleasure that I give this award to the Agriculture Business Initiative Development.
Big round of applause.
I work as the head of human resources and shared services.
Congratulations to ABI.
My name is Eunice Kabahicheho. I work as the head of human resources and shared services at the Agricultural Business Initiative, which you can call ABI. So participating in this survey would give us an external view. How do our staff now report on the services that we offer externally? But we also went in with the motivation to learn. So sometimes you find people saying maybe we prefer to hire women or we prefer to hire men, but for us our recruitment policy is really open and anyone can apply for a position that they best fit. We have been about building women in leadership since 2014. I'm proud to note that all our female staff have undergone the Female Future program that is run by the Federation of Uganda Employers with the aim of building leadership capacity in our female staff. This has paid off very well. We've had a female CEO, past and present. Our main values, two of them are innovation and participation. So only when you have a diverse and inclusive workplace can you get the best out of people in terms of innovation, for them to bring new ideas on board, to roll the organization forward, but also for them to participate and be engaged.
Congratulations to them. Great initiatives. And now our next award category is learning and development. In every business, you don't want to be where you are when you started. In fact, somebody challenged someone and said, look, every single day I want to be worse than tomorrow, but better than yesterday in terms of what I know. So, in terms of learning and development, we'd like to call upon the CEO of the Uganda National Oil Company, Ms. Proskovia Nabanja, to hand over the award. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of learning and development thematic area are Absa Bank Uganda Limited, Total Energies EP Uganda, ICEA Lion Life Assurance Company Limited. The organization with overall best practices is
Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner in the category of best practices in learning and development is Absa Bank Uganda Limited.
Congratulations to Absa Bank.
My name is Sylvia Mulomi, and I'm the People Function Director at Absa Bank Uganda. The Prudential HR Best Practices Survey, we felt it was a credible survey, and we wanted to test if those interventions actually had a positive impact on our staff. We wanted them to give us feedback. Directly to your question, learning and development, what have we done to develop our people so that they are ready when their job opportunities become available or they are able to do their jobs well? We implemented an attachment program, and the way that program works, someone who, for example, has aspiration to practice human resources, but maybe they are based in the branches, can come to the HR function and be attached for a 3-month period. Absa at a group level has invested in free master classes, which are also virtual. So you enroll in a virtual class, and then there are people from other countries who are also in this class, and then you get an instructor maybe from the UK or the US, and they teach you, and you learn together and go into breakaway rooms and share ideas and knowledge. When our people are thriving, they are able to contribute not only today but also innovate for the future of Absa.
Congratulations to Absa Bank. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a small dinner break. I'd like to say bon appetit to everybody. Food will be served in the next couple of seconds. As soon as we're done, then we'll dive into the last set of awards. And then we'll call it a night. We've got an action-packed session for you right after the awards. So stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, just a service announcement. There's somebody who is missing an iPhone. It was left on one of the tables. I'm in possession. If you can identify yourself and tell me what type of phone it is, you've just won yourself your phone back. Dinner is going to be served in the next couple of minutes, so sit back, relax, and enjoy. All right, so, when we were growing up, they told us that if you want to have a fantastic evening, you have to have the right ingredients in place. So the good food is being taken care of by the Serena Hotel, the awards by Prudential. But at the same time, what is missing was great music. So what we decided to do was to put together a killer team of very talented young individuals to take care of the evening. So I'm going to introduce a group of individuals whose job it's going to be to make things happen. So in every single band, if you remember your ABCs, the first thing you need in a band is what they call the drums. So let's give it up for Josh on the drums. But you see, if you're playing the drums in isolation, the drums will feel very lonely. So what you have to do is you have to add in what they call the ivories, aka the keys. So let's give it up for Enoch on the keys. Now, in Band 101, there are many types of guitars. But the one that does do-do-do is called the bass guitar. So let's give it up for Pascal. But if you're gonna have a band and you want to make a statement, you gotta have a saxophone. Give it up for Joseph Sax. And then, oh yes, you gotta have one of these in your band. You need a trumpet, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for the Jama on the trumpet and vocals. Give it up for Dragu! But a band is not a band unless you understand that somebody can sing. Let's give it up for the lovely Jacinta! Oh, on the vocals. Hold, Jacinta. Oh, you're killing us. You can't start singing unless I've introduced the main man on the scene. Let's give it up for the man himself, Mr. Mike Ouma.
Thank you so much. If I tell you now, will you keep on loving me? If I tell you how I feel, will you keep bringing out the best in me? 'Cause you give me, you're giving me the sweetest of you're giving me the sweetest of There's a quiet storm, and it never felt like this before. There's a quiet storm that is you. There's a quiet storm, and it never felt this hard before. You give me something that's so good. So give me the sweetest of all, and that's why I'm in love with you. 'Cause you're the sweetest of all. Anything you want me to do, I'll stand out in the rain. There's a Civilize sa commande, c'est vous se commandez, le presse peut que trouver, nous tenez que goûter, al qui j'aime dans la cycle, oula, 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 de ouvrir on est calé, au petit côté me trouver, au petit côté qui caché, civilise sa commandée, c'est vous se commandez, le presse peut que trouver, nous tenez que goûter, al qui j'aime dans la cycle, make it down, make it down, make it down, down. Now make it down, make it down, make it down, down. Now make it down, make it down, make it down, down. That's it. Now make it down, make it down, make it down, down. Now make it down, make it down, make it down, down. Now make it down, make it down, make it down, down. Check, check. Bulungi bw'ossebo gyemuwange konzije waffe zejjasiisi kyaddayo olwaleero kankubulire ekyama kyange gwe gwe nasiima nakuumanga obulamu bwange bonna abaali bakusinga bambi aboze basasidde ebibyo babewummule tebandaba nti nze kwekutte sekakomatu akaseko kange ebibyo bye byange era nze nkweyagalira awo kyekyo bebyo era genze webalenga nnyo okuyingira ekiro ensonga z'omumaka zibenga za mu njemoka bw'obanga onyiize kimuto okuba ndi mwana w'abantu njukira gye wanzija toyombanga bantu kumbe ekitiibwa kyo bwenkanya bwokka n'amazima byenonya nze ndaba byebyo kukuuma obufumbo bwaffe kimolooza otya ku maka gaffe tukole tutya okubeera omu tusonyiwagane nga mu nsobi zaffe tusabenga nnyo katonda waffe olugambo obutwa olwolwewaleeka emikwano gipime ginatuyamba n'essente essente mukisa zijjale ziddayo nkuba nkukube oba si bufumbo awo kyekyo
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Michael Uma and the band. So as we're finishing up our dinner, we said, no. Why don't we throw in a dessert? I'd like to introduce one of the most talented voices in East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Nava Gray.
Prudential. I see you guys are having snacks. Yeah. Kera kumuketa buli we buchanga tambuza kasobo nga negendereza obutagwa mu bunya sandi yagadamanye simubegoro kuba guno mukwano gunsuma gunjagaza ye kiba kizibu nnyo sinaye bwatyo bwawulira. Let's go. Ninya sirinya tunulanga talaba simanyi kikyanfudde abaye abaloge gye muli ninya sirinya tunulanga talaba simanyi kikyanfudde abaye ng'omuloge Sisubira kuba naye omudda, sisubira kuba na mulala yenna yansingira abalala kuba omukwano gwandaga aline
maso tunamumuze nezigwamu nganga ali ku muliro nga naye sijja notanyumirwa
banaye omulenzi aliwa Yono Talaba Sirinya Onga Talaba Olingo Muloge Bane omuloge waffe wuno omuloge wuno Kane wane kuba omutuufu yantute kambe nono kuba balala bonna nze sije nze kamwewe omutima omwoyo n'omubiri kantule tende kanfumbe kanywere makazi ewono Siriba, Yamarawo, Sichesawo, Hey Abuamba, Sirinya, Gatalaba, Hey, oh, Sirinya, Banaye mulinga baloge aba Prudential mujebale. Give it up for Prudential once again. Let's go. Where is my Sokalame? Yeah. Let's go. Sokalame. Uno mami. Masitandane. Masiye Wuda song. Let's go. Sokalame, huyo mami, masitandane, Lunoro na kululunji, tulusibitentana. Aliwa. Yene nsandi kwayo mukwano muja, labayo, bigamba bugamba ina wakomai. Hey, na yenchimati zabye bikolwa akabi wobujulizi. Strengthen the bond you share. Together you and him. So the skies up forever. So don't know these feelings he has for me. Strong, so sweet, passionate, pure. Don't think. What tell you? Let's go. So kalame, wame, masitandane. Thank you for those hands. Hey, so hey, yeah, masitandane. Yeah, take me away. Shaila when I bumble wame. Give it up for them. Bambelela kuwe. And all the promises made, they remain the same. Brian, when I wait, let's go. Hey, Brian, let's go. Chala, kalame, uyo mwami, masitandane, masiye uda song, take her away. Tuchaliwa. Seguchano nyayo mulala when it brand over day. Give it up. Where the ladies? Hey, hey, ah, hey, hey, yeah. Oh, hey. Put it up. Yadde nkuli wala nnyo tusokitya nja kubeewala abo ababadde bafubirira okunnemesa munkwerabire bakweddize ab'ebigambo tobawulira tebamanyiyo gye tulaga tusaanye tugume obutego mu mukwano bungi nnyo. Let's go. Nesiga nga bwe nkwesiga bino bye mbagamba mazima nkulayirira nkomawo ku lulwo kuba kwatambuza obulamu.
Omwoyo gwe nnina tekusonyiza olulala bye byange nantere.
Ebikeme ebyo bizze bingi nze nkute naye kyennabye tokyanoonyayo mulala gwe n'oyo b'oteredde mwekubirako mu bugalo gwe nange mba nteredde eno gye ndi nange kuwatanya nga naye nnemesebwa oluusi olw'omukwano.
Bannebuuza alinaanya kukuuma kati alinyanya muwulira gonneewaayo kuguma obw'omwana bwe nkusaamu omwoyo nkwesiga nga bwe nkwesiga byenkugamba bimibasulayira yekwatambuza obulamu bwange.
But I give it up for these ladies right here. Hey. Guma moyo yobisebiji tokyanoonyayo mulala bwena teredde bw'oteobeere n'oyo n'oba nani tolina mubeezi anakuyoyotanga omwoyo akusika mu birooto mu matumbi budde kati omukwano fuma mufume
niwala nyonyonyonyo gwendaba tikyanoonyayo mulala guma omwoyo ebikeme ebyo bizze bingi naye kyendabye sikyanoonyayo mulala gwe naawe mba nteredde.
Gwe nange mba nteredde gwe nange mba nteredde gwe nange mba nteredde.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the one and only Never Gray. You're beautiful, babes. Wonderful, and you can sing, wow, everything that you want in a woman. Can we have your number? All right, no problem. We'll speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's our great pleasure. We hope you had a brilliant dinner. So it's my pleasure now to call upon our guest of honor. Please welcome with us, ladies and gentlemen, the Minister of State for the Vice Presidency to give us a big round of inspiration. Round of applause as she makes her way to the stage.
All distinguished guests, honorable members of cabinet, your excellencies, the ambassadors, heads of mission, all respective representatives of Prudential Uganda and partner companies, all representatives from government, ministries, departments and agencies, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, My name's Mutasingwa Diana Kajenyi. I'm the woman member of parliament of Buyukwe district and Minister of State, Vice President's office. Apologies from the Vice President. She wouldn't be here with you, but she's with you in spirit. And I'm honored to be here today. And I'm honored to meet all the distinguished guests here today. I think I will go straight to her speech. I'm pleased to join you today at this important event where Prudential Uganda and partners are launching Prudential Best HR Practice Survey 2021 report. I'm particularly excited that today we launch a report that is going to help all Ugandans, both in the private and public sector, benchmark good employment practices following the unpredicted events of the epidemic on all sectors in the country. As you all are aware, when the COVID epidemic hit, governments across the globe adopted various measures to alleviate its effects of people, some of these including travel bans, social distancing, institutional quarantine, travel restrictions, etc. Our government was no exception. We took the hardest decision for the best results. Indeed, we kept all the numbers low. Unfortunately, while this was necessary to safeguard the lives of Ugandans, many workers were laid off since most employers, because COVID was unexpected, tore through the lives of families, companies, breaking institutions, breaking initiatives, stopping collaborations, and creating most negative effects. What started as a health crisis eventually transformed into an economic labor market issue across the globe. Today, as we begin to reemerge and rise together, it is important that we discuss the risks, areas, and big transformational ideas that will get us all on track. This engagement today, thus timely, now indeed more than ever, is the right time for us as a country to have conversation on employment practices as we move towards accelerating the economy. As you all may be aware, the National Planning Authority, in consultation with other government institutions and stakeholders, developed the Uganda Vision 2040 to operatize the National Vision Statement. A transformed Uganda society from a peasant to a modern country within 30 years. This vision builds on the process that has been made in addressing the strategic bottlenecks affecting Uganda's socio-economic development since independence, some of which include underdeveloped human resources, inadequate infrastructure, small market, lack of industrialization, underdeveloped service sector. However, this can only be achieved if we can collectively, both as government and private sector, an initiative such as Prudential-based HR Practices Survey shows that commitment and dedication of the private sector, which is paramount, important towards achieving this vision. The objective of workforce development is not just to ensure business growth, but also to create economic prosperity for individuals, businesses, and communities. I therefore urge all employers present today to embrace the feedback your employees offered as the effort to the communities and the country at large. Lastly, I wish to remind all of us today that the COVID-19 is still here. Get vaccinated and continue observing the SOPs. I thank you and for God and my country. This is the speech from Her Excellency Jessica Alupo. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Honorable Minister, before you sit, we wanted you to do us the honors of officially unveiling the report. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Arjun and Mr. Mayanja to kindly also join the Honorable Minister on stage. Honorable Minister, all we'd like you to do is just clip that and officially give us the words of inspiration and say, this is your report. So if we can hand over the scissors, please. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Diana Mutasingwa, the Minister of State for the Vice Presidency, has officially launched the Prudential Best HR Practices Survey. Together with Mr. Arjun and Mr. Mayanja, this is what we call a match made in heaven. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, ladies. You can put the book back. Right. Okie dokie. So back into the action as we wrap up our dessert. Let's dive right back into the awards. And our next category is about communication and collaboration. And this can't be understated more. In every single organization, whether it's up, down, top, down, side to side, there must be communication between the bosses, between the staff, the leaders. And this can't be underrated or understated more. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Nick Holder, the COO of Prudential East and Central Africa, to tell us more about it.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of collaboration and communication thematic area are KK Security Company Uganda Limited, Medical Teams International Uganda, Pride Microfinance Limited. The organization with overall best practices is
So you need to let us know what's on the paper?
It's tricky because there's lots of envelopes here. I'm confused. The winner is Pride Microfinance Limited. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Pride Microfinance.
My name is Rehema N.S. Mutazindwa. I'm the head of Human Capital Management in Pride Microfinance. What motivated Pride to participate in the Prudential HR survey is because we wanted to see how Pride fares in terms of HR issues in relation to the industry. In Pride, like you've seen, all our doors are open. Any staff can go into any office and raise their issues, whether to any member of a senior management team. The staff can go to MD or ED or any head of department. In Pride, we have an open door policy where any staff member can go to any office and raise their issues, whether it is a comment, a compliment, or a complaint. All staff contacts are available to all staff. The telephone numbers, the emails, and any staff can communicate to any person, from the highest officer in the institution to the lowest officer. Then we also have employee engagement surveys that we conduct on an annual basis, and we give an opportunity to staff to fill in the questionnaires and participate in the survey so that management and board are able to know the issues that the staff members have.
All right, thank you very much, Nick Holder, COO Prudential Africa. Thank you for handing over that particular award. Our next award is about risk and compliance, and we'd like to call back the CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Mr. Al-Haj Kadunabi. Haj, if you could do us the honors. I know everybody wants to take pictures with you.
That demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of risk and compliance thematic area are Minute Limited, Total Energies EP Uganda, ICEA Lion Life Assurance Company Limited. The organization with overall best practices is
Total Energies E&P Uganda.
Congratulations to Total E&P, ladies and gentlemen. They're having a bumper harvest this year. Big contracts are being signed. They're bowling with the big bucks and winning the big awards.
As well as recruitment here at Total Energies Uganda. Total Energies is an innovative transformational company. We choose to participate in the survey because we are always looking to improve our workplace practices, ensuring we remain at the top within the market, whilst also ensuring we attract and retain the talent that we have.
At all levels within Total Energies, management is committed to draw teams' attention to the importance of compliance. Total Energies has zero tolerance against fraud, corruption, antitrust, law violations, and influence peddling. These all require implementation of an effective compliance program to prevent, detect, and manage corruption risk. And it's not just having a compliance program, it also needs to be reviewed regularly to ensure that it's fit for purpose. So in so doing, the compliance officer contributes to Total Energies' commitment to integrity, its understanding and implementation on a day-to-day basis, but also protection of the group by helping to ensure that Total Energy EP Uganda's operations are in accordance with the anti-corruption laws and internal norms.
Wow, congratulations to them. In our next category, we'd like to reward workplace culture and environment. And we'd like to ask the UNDP resident representative, Elsie Atafua, to hand this over. Let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way.
the organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of workplace, culture, and environment thematic area are Strong Minds Mental Health Africa, Uganda; Save the Children International, Uganda; Medical Teams International, Uganda. The organization with overall best practices is
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank Prudential for inviting the United Nations family and UNDP, and congratulations on the survey. The best, give yourselves a round of applause, you deserve it. The best practices in workplace, culture, and environment goes to Save the Children International, Uganda. Congratulations.
Oh, Bugalo,
Save the
Bugalo,
Children
Bugalo!
is one of the leading global organizations working on children's rights. For us at Save the Children, it's very important that we have a capable and committed workforce. And our HR department has been working for years to make sure that we create an environment that would actually appreciate the teams and the staff that we have working with us. So what motivated us is actually to check with our teams how far we have gone and what they think and how we compare with the others. Are we actually achieving our ambition to be a workplace that will be then conducive for our teams to deliver the mission of Save the Children? Our people are those who go to communities, who go to work with our partners, who go to work with our government. They are the face of this organization. They are those who actually do things and help children and people who need that.
Congratulations. Give a round of applause as they take their seats. In our next category, environmental, social, and governance compliance, I'd like to call upon the Deputy CEO of Next Media Services, Joe Chigozi, as he makes his way.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of environmental, social, and governance (ESG) compliance thematic area are Watoto Childcare Ministries, Uganda Breweries Limited, UBL, Cipla Quality Chemical Industries Limited. The organization with overall best practices is
very interesting. All protocol observed. Good evening, everyone. Greetings from Next Media as we continue to inform, to transform Uganda. We're very happy to announce that the Best Practices Environment and Social Governance Compliance Award this year goes to Uganda Breweries Limited. And I'd like to congratulate our partners, Prudential, for such a milestone, for such a game changer in this country. Thank you very much.
Congratulations once again, two-time winners tonight, Uganda Breweries Limited. Ho! Jackie Chichingo Jireta. Ho! Congratulations to Uganda Breweries Limited.
At Uganda Breweries, we believe in a circular economy. We believe that one hand washes the other. Over 75% of the raw material was coming from outside of Uganda. We have reversed that equation, and in the last decade, we can now proudly say about 90% of the raw material that we use to produce our great brands like Uganda Waraji, Bill Lager, Pilsner, we are sourcing those locally and using our Ugandan farmers. So the entire value chain, the farmers, their wives, their households, they all benefit. Even the bar owners and the bartenders, those are very critical to us. And we do everything possible to make sure that we're training up people, we're providing them with the best possible chance or facility to thrive in this industry. And therefore investing and starting to unpack and understand how we can improve the human resource element and delivery of that service is more critical than ever.
Congratulations to Uganda Breweries Limited, ladies and gentlemen. In our next category, we all felt the brunt of COVID for the last 2 years, and it's not yet done and dusted. Companies and businesses world over are still reeling from the aftershocks. And we'd like to call upon Dr. Diana Tweeney, the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Health, to hand over the next category, COVID-19 response and support.
The organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of COVID-19 response and support thematic area are Minute Limited, SNV Netherlands Development Organization, Population Services International Uganda. The organization with overall best practices is
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to announce the best practices in COVID-19 response and support, and that is Minute Limited. And congratulations.
My name is Dorina Pamuza Moulia. I am the head human resources at Minute Limited. We knew that there's going to be data and information about HR best practices, and we needed to know where exactly our employees are seated. Are they happy with the services that we're giving them? So that again, we know how good they're taking care of our business. So that was mainly the motivation. Minute has done a lot of initiatives. I think the biggest, and the main one was to enable people to work remotely, enabling people to work off-site. That meant providing them with the tools to be able to work while they're at home, providing them with laptops, data, and remote access. We partnered with a medical facility, and we told our staff if anybody suspected that they had been infected or they had symptoms, we would dispatch a doctor, to go to them and test them and go to them and give them the results, and if there is need, take to them the medication. We owed people sustainability, not just our employees, for their families, for our stakeholders, our suppliers, our clients. It was important for them to see us keep moving whatever worked. So it was important as Minute that we have a COVID response and support plan.
Congratulations to Minute. In our penultimate category, ladies and gentlemen, employee well-being and wellness is top priority to a number of companies. So I'd like to call upon the UN resident coordinator, Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo, to actually hand over the award for this next category.
the organizations that demonstrated best practices in the thematic area of employee well-being and wellness thematic area are DFCU Bank Limited, Uganda Breweries Limited, UBL, Cipla Quality Chemicals Industries Limited. The organization with overall best practices is...
So good evening to all. And the award goes to DFCU United Bank Limited.
My name is Matthias Katamba, and I am the CEO at DFCU Bank. This survey comes at a time when we all need to understand what will the employee of tomorrow, first of all, the employee of today need. DFCU is firmly committed to the well-being of our people. I think it's one of the primary tenets of why we exist. It's a culture of care and a culture of results on the one hand, and a culture of learning. All our staff are entitled to membership to a health club, so they can work out and exercise, live a healthy lifestyle, knock the steam off at the end of the day and be better. This matters to DFCU immensely because over 80% of our staff are millennials, young people. And so employees whose well-being has been well taken care of will deliver for the customer, but also they will deliver for the company long term.
Wow, congratulations to them. So ladies and gentlemen, this has been it. We had close to over 500 plus companies participate in this year's survey. And next year we'd like to ask more companies to participate because I can see so many other companies that actually probably would have been on stage. And Stanbic should have been in here. In fact, next year, I'm sure you might even win the winning one. So make sure that the team participates next year. I must see Stanbic winning. Another thing is that every single one of you, please make sure that you participate because your staff are the lifeblood of your organization. So right now, before we pull out the big guns and throw on a performance for the ages, I'd like to call back our guest of honor. Honorable Minister, we'd like to ask you to do one more task. Together with Wilf. Wilf, could you also do us the honors? We want you to actually reward the overall winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the overall winner.
The organization that exhibited excellence overall is
Overall best HR practices is Uganda Breweries Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, and they're back. Congratulations to Uganda Breweries Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause.
My name is Catherine Jonjo. I'm the Human Resources Director at Uganda Breweries, the company that sells the best brands in this market. The coolest brands, actually, is what I like to say. What motivated us to participate in the survey is we've made a promise to our people that they can be the best versions of themselves at work every day. This is a great way to hear from them if what we're doing and the interventions that we're carrying out make sense to them and whether we're actually achieving what it is we committed to them in putting in those practices. Uganda Breweries contributes to organizational performance and confidence in several ways. So now every quarter what we ask our leaders to do is to have a robust conversation in terms of what has worked, what hasn't worked in the last quarter with the employee. Well, how are you? How's work going? How can I support you? And how can I be part of your success? We've committed to be the most trusted, most respected and best performing consumer goods company in Uganda. We can only be that if our reputation is intact, if we're delivering on our promises, and if our people feel that this is the best place to work. That's why this is important to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to our overall winner. We'd like to ask all the winners for the night to kindly join the team on stage. Could you kindly do us the honors?
My name is Catherine Jonjo. I'm the Human Resources Director at Uganda Breweries, the company that's...
As you make your way, we'd like to ask the team from UBL to probably say something quickly as we wait for everybody else. We'd like... Yes, feel free. We'd kindly like to ask all the winners for tonight if you could kindly join the team on stage for one beautiful picture.
Okay.
Pule low.
Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I'm actually quite emotional right now. On behalf of Uganda Breweries Limited, we are extremely humbled and honored by this award. The things we do that we think are non-negotiables for our people are things that people think are special, gives us great honor. We're also excited that our initiatives can inspire somebody to do something great somewhere in a small business, and therefore create productivity and performance in the organization, thus growing the economy. I'm also very grateful to UAP. Thank you very much for organizing this and all the partners that you worked with. It's awesome that we're able to sort of have somewhere where we can go look at best practices. Thank you. I'm very proud of this team here. I think they're the ones behind this report. Well represented by employees, by our leadership. Thank you to the board for holding the tension during COVID. Thank you, employees, for the feedback when we did things that were a bit crazy. And thank you most especially to the HR team for your dedication, for your resilience, and for just hanging in there even when it was difficult. Thank you. Yeah.
Congratulations once again to Uganda Breweries Limited. Can I ask all the winners to kindly make their way to the stage? We've got a special picture for everybody. It's going to be on the front page of the New York Times, on CNN, Newsweek, so please don't miss your opportunity. All of tonight's winners, kindly make your way to the stage. This is that special moment. We'd all like to have you there. Mr. Arjun, could you kindly do us the honors also? Mr. Mayanja, could you also kindly do us the honors? Mr. Kadunabi, we also would like you in that picture. Madame Geraldine, could you kindly also do us the honors? Ace, please, could you also make your way to the stage? This is that picture we've all been waiting for. Congratulations. Could I have some people also standing on the stage behind so that we can all be in the picture? Oh yes, beautiful. Wonderful. Camera team, could you get this picture? Are we good? Put everybody together, looking good. Okay. I think the photographers have changed the strategy. It is okay. As long as we get the picture.
We are outside, tuli waweru. Chibala kufaya, tuli waweru. Tuli outside, tuli waweru. Tusimbude, tuli waweru. We are outside, tuli waweru. Chibala kufaya, tuli waweru.
Put on the mic. Hello. All right. So, on my cue, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations! Congratulations to Uganda Breweries Limited and to all the winners tonight. Special thank you to Prudential for making it happen, the Federation of Uganda Employers, Uganda Investment Authority, and Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Could we have Nashiba Nalubega to kindly come up and give a vote of thanks before we have a fantastic performance from our guest VIP. Nashiba, kindly make your way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Nashiba Nalubega, the Regional Communications Manager from Prudential. Nashiba, this is your moment. The microphone is yours. DJ, load them tune. Nashiba, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mitch. Good evening, everybody. All protocol observed. My name is Nashiba. With me is David Nwaji. He's the head of HR for Prudential Africa. So we're going to do this together with him. I've just been given a minute to give a vote of thanks. Thank you very much for coming. We have come to the tail end of the night, and it gives me immense pleasure to see that we've been able to pull off a successful inaugural Best HR Practices Survey report launch. It wouldn't have been a success if it weren't you honoring our invite. I'll start with our chief guest. Thank you so much for making the time, Honorable Minister, to grace our occasion, but also to add your voice to the need of incorporating the best HR practices in Uganda. We don't take that for granted. Thank you so much. I'll now like to appreciate our partners, PwC. Let me start with PwC. You were with us from the get-go. You conducted the survey, analyzed the results. Thank you for being very legit. Thank you for your transparency. We appreciate that. To our partners, I would like to also extend a vote of thanks to you, Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, Federation of Uganda Employers, Human Capital International, Uganda Investment Authority, and Brighter Monday. Without you, this wouldn't have been a success. So thank you so much for your commitment. I would also like to applaud all the organizations that have won tonight. Without your participation, without your responses, we wouldn't have had winners, and perhaps we wouldn't have had this gala night. So thank you so much. To the Prudential Uganda staff, to the Prudential regional team, and everyone who has supported this initiative, a very big thank you for that. Thank you for your commitment and your contribution. I would like to also give a special thanks to our colleagues who joined us from outside of Uganda, colleagues from Cameroon, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Ghana, Zambia, Nigeria, and Asia. Thank you so much for being here with us. With that said, allow me to appreciate all of you for staying with us till this end. We know it's a little late, but thank you so much for coming. I would now request Mitch, if you could now usher us into the next bit where we recognize our partners.
So up on stage, we've got our partners from PwC. Could we have somebody from PwC come up to receive that? Let's give them a big round of applause. Could we also have a representative from PSFU? If we have somebody from PSFU, if you could kindly stay on stage, we'd like to have a quick picture afterwards. A representative from Uganda Investment Authority. A representative from Human Capital International. Representative from Federation of Uganda Employers. And finally, somebody from Brighter Monday. I think we'll make sure that they're delivered. Nashiba, let's thank you, Nashiba. Thank you very much, and thank you, David. Big round of applause. You can make your ways. Thank you very much, ladies. Yes, thank you, Daphne. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lillian. Good job. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how do you crown a party like this, a celebration like this? Let me tell you how we do it. We do it by bringing one of Uganda's most talented songbirds onto the stage. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen, for Vinka? Aish! One time. Two time. Three time.
Epati mudu reporting.
Hey!
Olitibelete wakoleza mutima nikuma vivyo mukwano. Let me point you make it. Ochakala njone mama road. Debe asiba moje kwa wakatana.
Two time.
Nikuma vivyo mukwano kocha. Koma wambulile oba sento nonya. Wana mumikunza jendi. Aliwe shibuza wana zara kwa jendi. Can you feel it? Chimanyo kude kushua. Nimwe biringo kude. Oli kushua, shua, shua. Oli kushua. Komyo kunonya. Komyo kunonya. Oli kushua, shua, shua. Naba yise kodyo naba dembe sunga. Nemba zeka kumizani. Yachimanyente vipimo vya weda. Jangokoleko kama. You are romantic. Fun. You are fantastic. Epate mode reporting. Tuiteko kusomero tufune coaching. Mwe wakama unyumira upadebo. Labana zara mungu waiti. Yeah, baby nafuka podebo saizi. Ning, 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 ning. Chimanyo kude kushua. Nimwe viringo kude kushua. Oli kushua, shua, shua. Oli kushua. Komyo kunonya kwe. Komyo kunonya. Oli kushua, shua, shua. Oli kushua. Good evening. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Make some noise if you're feeling it. Yeah, yeah. This one for all the lovers. Yeah, yeah, oh nana. Emi mira jakute, emi my baby. I, kebite gede jotuse, kontina vyo kabye kube. Chokanga wali wagweche kamba, ali wechubuza baby shembuza. Why that I lose control every time that panicking kutula, kutula bakena. Yeah, 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 nana. Shout out to you, the Melondos. What? Tell me now. Say, let me keep your secret. Deepest in my heart is the safest shit. Baby, don't know me and say, Jakumenye Kazinga. Baby, I love your body. When I see you, I see my mama. Yeah, yeah, baby, when you turn up, you're the one that I live for. Everywhere you go, I go follow. Panicking game, kula bakeno. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nah, that panicking never. Panicking game, kula bakeno. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nah. Mimi raja kutse, nemi mwa baby Jessie bie. I, kebitega dencho to say, kontina bio kabye kube. Baby when you
Swans, baby. Winnie Nwaji.
What? If you love Winnie Nwaji, kuna uomi wa sukali. China kadalasini kwagala kutuka kumwezi zegereza mbera zekari ngakukumana Chesima Nicole Rizachi Sonia, I see you baby and it's waline mekamulirako oziba mulinga wejiriza akanyama kamyufu kuchoto ngamukalira nchisabonya amasoka ndikukwe iduka misinde mompita njagala tukadiwe ngayenze gwoitadia walivuga kakali nange ndiba kukalia njagala tukadiwe ngayenze gwoitadia akachapambala siku mugongo bwe gutuja nkusiga obugale babubumba mukuzanyiza wasiwa nyumisiza obulamu nange kununenga mubisi nange nze kamupulani naabwe kubalirako ebirungi nze nalinako walavu naye gwegeziyo engeri gyonkwata erisasa amasoka ndikukwe idduka misinde bompita njagala tukadiwe ngayenze gwoyita walivuga kakali nange ndiba kukalia njagala tukadiwe ngayenze gwoyita bakuyita kweyisa batulaba mbutukuza bo bwe bagamba tebamanyi tigwakuzima ondi wala ddala mu mutima wazemba nze nalinako walavu naye gwegeziyo exceptional engeri gyonkwata erisosa professional amasoka ndikukwe njagala tukadiwe ngayenze gwoyita walivuga kakali nange ndiba kukalia DJ, let's thank God right now and go to sleep, you know. Thank you so much, Prudential, for this opportunity. What? I see you if you love God. Tonight we'll be singing, oh nana, celebration mo. Oh bolino mutale, bolino mwana. Life is so sweet, oh sana. So DJ make a people thank God. Elio mutene mufumbo. Don't party people thank God. Come out, Jessica. So DJ make a people thank God. Elio mutene mufumbo. I see you, Mackenzie. Come out. What? Ay. When you come to the night. When you move your body. Should we go down? Let's go down. What? Make a wish and I will make it happen. Make a wish and I will make it happen. So when you move your body, baby, get ready. What? So when you move your body, baby, get ready. Now DJ play the song with thank God. Now everybody sing goes on. Come out, Jessica Kando. So DJ play the song with thank God. Don't worry, people thank God. Come out, let's go. Ay. When you come to the Sonia, what? Good. When you move your body, praise him. Wait. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Did I say that on the microphone? I love you, Vinka, also. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause. Thank you so much to Prudential and to each and every single one of you for making time. Big up to the entire team from Events Warehouse. You guys put together a fantastic gig. Awesome stuff. God bless, and see you guys next year.